Full glad am I to see you hale and whole. I espied Master Hancock's falcon in the distance, but its movements appeared awfully erratic. We can but hope they land safely. Yeah, I had some rice and beans. I was in a hurry. MMOs that are dead horses that are being beaten to keep them going. Yeah, Neverwinter. Oh, and also, like, every Korean terrible MMO out there. Terribly sorry to keep you waiting. Our souvenir was a tad more cumbersome than I realized, but as you can see, none the worse for my misjudgment. My lord will be pleased to hear of your return, and success, I presume? Because Laura's victories as much as my own, but then I knew a few demons would be no match for a slayer of gods. Honestly, for all its perils, I found the journey quite invigorating. The path was as precarious as predicted. Inexperienced hiker that I am, I feared I would not reach the peak. Yet my suffering was not in vain. When at last I gazed out upon the sea of fiery foliage, my spirits soared. Less pleasing to the eye was the beast we encountered at the end of our excursion. Though in retrospect we should have braced for such a surprise, tucked away atop the mountain where unweary pilgrims are unlike to tread. In any case, the people of Shishu can rest easy, knowing a great Mononoke has been consigned to oblivion. Well, we, my friend, have malms to go before we sleep. There are several paths we eschewed, were there not? The mind races to imagine what other variants of the dungeon that we might do. Alas, time waits for no man and no merchant. I must away. Bye. Yeah, I actually have some sunglasses myself for my Dancer and Reaper for very different reasons. See? Different style, obviously, but it counts. Well, see, I would only do that if I was this class. Anyways. So, Evo asked a fascinating question during the lunch break. Can we come up with a game that has a morality system? And you know what I mean when I say that. That's actually good. Or, indeed, is something that will, you know, improves the game in question. I couldn't come up with anything off the top of my head. Like, even the better ones are only better by comparison. The entire chat goes silent. Yep, everything's right. Yeah, Dragon Age doesn't have a morality system. That's why it has a good morality system. Which, yeah. Let's go and unlock the criterion really quick. Yeah, I was gonna say, New Vegas would qualify for pretty much the exact same reason. I agree. Faction rep or character rep is a much better way to handle that kind of thing. So, where do I go? Afternoon, Asmira Star. Sorry. Him. Okay, so next and last. I will request 3 volunteers. Yeah, also, if you want probably the worst morality system in gaming, then it's Infamous. But the second worst in gaming is Infamous 2. But the third worst in gaming is Infamous 3. But the fourth worst is actually Tor. Tor's light side, dark side meter is broken on so many levels. We talked about it at length during the review series, so forgive me for not going fully in depth to it now, but yeah. I keep looking for a Talia. Oh, you must be Lore. Have the Gleaner sent you here? As you may have guessed, I am Pasayun. I work as an alchemist here at the Great Work, and Matsya is one of my oldest and dearest friends. His is a problem which has proven quite difficult to unravel. Nevertheless, he is loath to ask for your help. And so I took it upon myself to reach out to you without his knowledge, for both his sake and the sake of the little one that fate has brought into our lives. He'll soon be along to sell his most recent catch, which would prove the perfect opportunity to convince him that he will require your aid. We'll be sure to catch his attention outside. Follow me, Lore. Lore! I didn't know you and Pasayun were acquainted. Master Matsya, who is this mighty hunter? His arms are thick, mighty roots, unlike Pasayun's limp seaweed limbs which shrivel in the sun. I would have you know I am an alchemist by trade. I work with the mind, not the body, and need to remind you, it was my knowledge which allowed me to nurse you back to health. Surely a little respect isn't too much to ask. By the look in your face, I take it you understood Kalika's commentary. This is the little one I mentioned to you before. In spite of his forthright nature, Matsya and I have become quite taken with him. I apologize for contacting him without consulting you beforehand. I know you didn't want to burden him with these troubles, but I'm afraid I see no other recourse. Since you've come all this way, I suppose it would be foolish of me not to tell you everything. That is, of course, if you would like to hear it. Very well. Several days ago, I found this tiny bird on the shore, breathing faintly and unconscious. Pasayun and I took him in and watched over him day and night, unsure if he would ever wake. For mercy, he did, and then, to our surprise, he spoke. Go to the Southern Isles. What isles are these, you may wonder? Kalika, would you explain? Certainly, Master Maya. Your wish is my command. The South Isles, I believe your kind call them, remote and mysterious, 'tis said. I hail from there, the one in the west by the name of Aloalo. Oh God, I don't know how to pronounce it. Aloalo. It was home to people thousands of years ago, whom now no trace remains save for a grand shrine and the great statue of the speaker enshrined within. The statue was embedded with a glorious gemstone which bestowed vitality and beauty to the island. Nowhere else did nature thrive so. Long after the builders vanished, others would cross the sea to bask in this bounty. However, a century ago, from the ocean deep roiling flames burst forth, forcing the residents to flee. And so the animals, who no longer had to fear the hunter's arrows, laid claim to the island's gifts. As Aloalo healed, ravenous beasts grew plentiful and the rivers became choked with fish. They breed and feast unchecked, and not even the speaker's blessing can forestall the island's gradual descent into barren waste. As the speaker's servant, it fell to me to go forth and save my dear home, so I rode the waves upon a floating coconut in search of a mighty hunter. Although the ocean could have swallowed me at any moment, I looked to the horizon without fear. I had faith the speaker would guide me, and I was right. Master Matsia is the very hunter who will save Aloalo. You see now the source of my distress. The very thought of facing ravenous beasts makes my trunk shiver in fear. But you could be the hunter our friend seeks, and sate your hunger for exploration besides. Admittedly, I did not ask because I thought such a trifling task would be beneath you, but... Well, if you went alone, you wouldn't come back. Your concern for Master Matsia's well-being is plain. I should be glad to call on so accomplished a hunter as I am told you are. There is one catch, however. Master Matsia must come, you see. The Seeker guided me to his embrace, and that's a sign I cannot ignore. I've ever had a soft spot for small, defenseless creatures. While I'm no man of action, I possess knowledge of the South Seas which may put wind in your sails, as it were. Many of the fish native of the Isles are prized for their rare properties and would make a fine gift for any alchemist. Sultana would be most impressed if you were to brave the unknown waters and bring her a few. A gift for Sultana? But she is so pretty, and she's got all those girl parts. Laura, it seems I must burden you with my troubles after all. I know it's a lot to ask, but please travel with me. Okay, dude. I've said yes like twice already. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Kalika, you have wounds. You must stay here. Very well. So give us directions. Depart from Yedlameld. How does he put a shirt on? Yeah, I asked that of a lot of Aura. You realize I have supernatural senses, right? Right? Yeah, just making sure. Did you hear that? A jewel bigger than you, just waiting for someone to sail that island, give it a new home. Can't say I'm making it out every bit, but I got the salient points. Treasure in the South Isles, ripe for plucking. Seems you were onto something with this wild chocobo chase, Swasbrim. Rumors of wild riches rarely pay off this well. Aye, but that lot might be after the same thing. We'd be in for some competition. No need to get your small clothes in a twist over one fisherman and his hired help. These years aren't just for show, you know. I heard them spill the exact location. The score smells bigger than Maelvon's Gate one. I wager we'll be richer than kings. Get your gear on over. Call me during the first skiff we lay his eyes on. Do I have to escort you three to make sure you don't die too? Is that what we're at? Ugh. Let's see. What should I bring to this one? Yeah, Matsuya's pretty young, if I remember correctly. Like 20-ish. Equivalent. We're doing the variants, Chiren. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep Raise and Cure, I think. That seems to be the right call. Oh, I need to write down my notes on... Or I didn't have a chance to do any paperwork during the lunch break. So I'm just getting slowly more and more behind on that. Yes, this is the third and final. I'm not sure how much more we'll do. That's still kind of an asterisk situation. We'll just stand on 0 here. There we go. Oh god! Would a fourth like to join us? Let me write that down. I suggest you eat fast, 0. I will give you 2 minutes. I need to write down something that's been bugging me anyways. Yeah, Kirby that stuff. Kirby that food. Don't actually do that. I am joking. Do not pull a me. I'm the only one who's allowed to effectively destroy my own health for the sake of eating. Or for the sake of speed, I mean. There it is. Take your time, for real. I can always get paperwork done. I have so much paperwork to do. Did you spy a commotion on the way here? Just a trio of masked scoundrels. Why is... Okay. I was looking up the cosmetics you get from all 3 of these. I'm curious how the fairy mount works from this one. Like, it's a fairy, but how does that translate into a mount? Now, if this is WoW, I could look that up. That's another thing I hope that someday FF14 implements. So if I... Let me demonstrate what I mean. If I pull up my mount page, which is somewhere. So here's my mounts, right? Well, actually, these are minions, excuse me. Damn it. So here's my mounts, right? In the way World of Warcraft does this, oh, that's hilarious, is it shows you all the mounts. All of them in the entire game. And you can then filter and sort based on what you have, what they come from, you get it. But it means, this is important, you could say, hey, here's the fairy mount, and you could check it, and you could see how it looks on you to see if you actually like it. But it also means there's usually a thing there that gives you an idea of where you get it. So, for example, in FF14 equivalent, I could look through the mount page and I see this random fairy mount, and I'm like, oh, hey, here's a fairy mount. It comes from beating all 12 things for Aloalo, or however you pronounce it. Cool. And that would be cool. Yeah, I don't like the mounts in FF14, generally. I pretty much have the mount I want. And there's a reason it's the only mount I use. Fanboy accusations aside, this is solid and always has been. I still like this mount to this very day. Do they bleach them all? Interesting. So they do. What do you know? And yes, thank you again for those of you who helped me get this mount, however many years ago that was. Ignore the machine guns up front. They're just for show. I have no idea where the triple triad stuff is. I guess under the gold saucer, probably. Random results from purchasing a silver triad card. Nope, you're right. That's weird. So they do have this system in place. At least to some extent. Although some of them are literally just question mark, question mark. Weird. Whatever. Maybe it's something that's low priority. They might patch in someday. Oh, right. I need to decide what I'm bringing. Let's see. So we get the good version of Sheltron, which is awesome. Blade of Faith. Sorry, remembering my buttons. Give me a second. I mean, seconds and minutes is one of the biggest problems in MMO design, and always has been, yes. For example, back in WoW, one of the biggest aspects of seconds and minutes was this. This seems like a minor thing, but the extra minutes that just walking from destination to destination, quest to quest, this was a huge additive. It padded out the entire game. I haven't even reached the frickin' town yet. Look at this. Most of the successful MMOs, interestingly enough, have taken means to try and reduce the amount of padding they have, which I find fascinating to think about. For all the complaints of there not being enough grinding in Endwalker and in Dragonflight, the figures prove that they're both wrong. Or rather, that the people complaining about both are wrong. Waiting for people to be ready is just an unavoidable thing in any co-op game. That's just how that is. So eat faster, Colgrim! Or wait, no, not Colgrim. Zira! Look, Colgrim, I also need you to eat faster. I want you to shove food down your throat so fast and so hard, you literally choke on it. Gamer fridge. I don't have that. That's right. Instead of a lunch break, I'm going to work through my lunch, which I guess I did anyways. No, I'm going to stick with heals and res. Yeah, but paladin heals suck, little Billy. I need real heals. I'm a big robot, and I've got a big appetite for heals. Once again, Raxus has no portrait! Shame! Ring the the shame bell. Shame. Okay, Matsuya wants to go down the middle. Down the middle we shall go. Everyone in chat and in game shame Rax for his decision on portraits. I mean, the system is super jank. Part of that 2 hours last night was literally getting my portraits in order. Because you have to do them in a very specific order, or I'll screw you. What's really sad is I love the portrait system. I love that kind of cosmetic stuff. Ugh, fine, I'll turn on tank stats. Give me tank. At least I have Holy Sheltron now, which is way better than regular Sheltron. I don't remember, I guess I can just look. What level did I get Holy Sheltron? 82! So that is an Endwalker invention. That's funny. Why bother with the portraits? Because they're cool. Like, I like these portraits. They're not showing up right now. Oh, that's funny. I think it's a neat little additional cosmetic thing. Just like, honestly, mounts or titles. It's not what you traditionally call a cosmetic, but it fills the same slot, and I do enjoy it. So I'm gonna start single targeting just so I can feel what single target feels like here. See? Much better heal. This is very unusual music for this while we're on the subject. I feel out of place here. You went down this path. That means treasure's at the end of it. Please let me kill you. Let me kill you. Let me kill you. Let me kill you. I demand blood. They literally just left us to die. I mean, come on. Whoa there, whoa there, whoa there. Okay. This is why I brought heal and res, by the way. Pretty much to a T. It's not as fast. It's more reliable. Absolutely, Culver. Death to boss mechanics. And death to living. I mean, legitimately, I've always felt that if you're good enough to skip boss mechanics, either in terms of gear, levels, or just skill, then you should be allowed to. It's worth noting, that's been a very hot, debated topic over many, many years when it comes to MMO design. Okay. Uh-huh. Sure. I honestly didn't think that was going to stop. Oh, right. Okay, so let's... Sorry, I'm just spacing. I feel like I want... No. Yeah, okay, I'll guess. Yep, alright. Well... Good morning, Luke. The reason it's debated... Yeah, I think I was right initially. I think this is going to be our option. The reason it's debated is because MMO design in general is actually a weirdly new field when it comes to game design. Like, we have a lot of information on how to design things like platformers and RPGs and all kinds of other stuff, right? But MMOs are actually still much newer, relatively speaking, and it's harder to gauge success when it comes to an MMO. Especially since MMOs have such broad audiences that what I like in an MMO, you might not like in an MMO. So, for example, some MMO designers lean towards the idea of everything being very, very structured and very, very linear, and there's one way to do a fight, period. Or there's one intended way to do a fight, period, and stuff like that. Is this just... Can I just keep doing this? No. In response to Dream Whisperer's thing, I think it's more the fact that the Paladin quests just kind of suck, and, you know, most of the Paladins are just, you know, the mostly corrupt body of bodyguards for the local nobility, which is not... That's not really what I picture when I think Paladin, please. I mean, WoW in particular has kind of struggled, for lack of a better way to put it, with this point for quite a while. because of the fact that unusual raid compositions go all the way back to vanilla. I'm sure you've heard of the 40-man warlock groups, right? That's not a meme. There have been people who have decided to, you know, be like, I'm gonna go ahead and do Molten Core with 40 warlocks, or I'm gonna do Black Temple with 25 paladins, and so forth and so on. And you get the idea. And it is, let's be clear, a hard mode. Because while they can skip some mechanics, well, you're still living with, you're still living with, you know, 40 squishies who can only take like 2 hits each from the boss. You get the idea. But again, I'm in favor of that. If you can pull that, go for it. Now, there is an asterisk to that. If your particular MMO has any investment in the competitive side of things when it comes to raiding, well, then you need to be a little bit more careful about that, because if there's some wacko strategy that works too well, then that's not a wacko strategy anymore, that's the norm. And that's always going to be a judgment call. Because sometimes it's acceptable and sometimes it's not. I can actually use a couple of specific examples of that, but rather than bore you with specifics of WoW raid design history, all I'm going to say is that if it's a judgment call, case by case. And it's plenty easy to go in individually to a specific raid boss and say, hold on, this specific strat is working too well on this particular raid boss, nerf. Because that's a tool they have at their disposal, is to change how one individual fight works. Remind me what gives me Confiteor ready. Remember what that ability is. I'm using that somewhere. There it is. There it is. Yeah, I'm just throwing swords for days. Sorry. I was always fighter. My bad. This music is throwing me so hard. That's a good question. I wonder what the Criterion music for this place sounds like. This is the Criterion music if it's not obvious. And no, what'd they do, Little Billy? No, what are they doing, Colburn? Yeah, so the only reason I figured that one out is because I fought Mustadio. That is so counterintuitive to me. Show them your back. Show them your vulnerable back is just not intuitive to me. I'm sorry. Wow. I really hope Steam gets on that immediately. Steam's usually decent about self-policing, so as long as someone brings that to their attention, they'll probably deal with that. Okay, it looks like they are good. This, I guess? Nope, I was wrong. Okay, whatever. Live, Zero. Or die. My insta-cast heal was too slow for you, Zero. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Yep. What? No, you said left. You said left. You lied to me. You lied. Yeah, no, that's throwing me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. So here. Live, Rex. Live, Rex. Continue living, Rex. Live me. Where are these people? Alright, you two. Get up. like... That's what I did last time. Maybe I should do like this? Aha! Okay. That's... whatever. Look, I gotta be honest with you. I'm just guessing. We should be safe. We all know I am extremely stupid. Live, Talia. Live me. Oh my god, the boss is only at half health. Oh my god. Where's my deeps? Yeah, that's what I thought. Of course. I sacrificed the Breels. You know, fair, but in my defense, the only reason everyone's alive right now is because I sacrificed the Breels, so I feel like I made the right call there. He does have a bit of health, doesn't he? I was gonna say, one of you two might as well limit break. We're gonna get use out of it. You're both red mages. Figure it out. And then we hit the Harden Rage. Oh no, we hit the end of the song. That's funny. It's phase 2, totally. I do like where Paladin's at. Whoever said it, I think it was Malkaiser, mentioned that if I liked Paladin at 80, I like Paladin at 90, and they were right. A lot of these classes haven't been fundamentally changed by the shift to 90 yet. Which is fine, of course. I am so glad to not have the dot combo maintenance anymore. Honestly, I don't mind maintaining dots on certain classes in WoW. I usually just find it a pain in this game. Like an EU Bard. That was a nice quality of life change, but I will admit that completely. I got a card. And shards, which I'm going to use immediately because they're dumb. I did like that fight. Near TPK aside. You know, I think you're right, Lunaruth. Oh! Welcome back. The journey to the islands left you none for the worse for wear, I'm pleased to say. I cannot wait to hear the full account, but I'm sure you wish to take ease after such a trying expedition. Yeah, no, there was a bit of trial and error there as I was staring at it like, okay, what do you want me to do? Rotate. Oh, it rotates the thing, not me. Okay. Got it. Now that we're all comfortable, pray tell us of your experiences at Aloalo. Really quick, before we continue, how many people do we have on? Because ideally the next thing will be Pandemonium. There's danger and death around every corner, though the rather grim aspect was mitigated somewhat by the incredible beauty. When I spied the towering tree at the island, I was reminded of Kagda. The ancient people lived beneath its boughs. Indeed they did. 'Twas within the welcome shade where wise sages refined complex equations, not unlike your great work where Pasigan tempers his knowledge of alchemy. It was a journey full of twists, turns, and fish. And fish? I'm glad I was compelled to embark on it with Laura, but gladder still to be home. But I trust you understand this is but the first of many. Yes, a single hut would not suffice! Yep, I get it. I know what a variant quest is. Thank you. Or a variant dungeon. Of course, I wouldn't dare brave Aloalo alone. Don't worry, I got your back. Or I'll never do it again, one of the two. Still debating on that. Still chewing on that. People in Aloalo, how odd. Just anything of this wooden beast. To command such constructs requires intimate knowledge of Arcanima. Perhaps these thieves you encounter were a step above common riffraff. Perhaps they lurked in the shadow as I spoke carelessly of Aloalo's secrets. Yes, we must kill them horribly and brutally murder them. So I can't help but notice it looks like we have at least a couple of people who won't be home for raiding immediately. Since we probably don't have 8 people right now, who wants to try going for one of the secret bosses? So let's see. I've got guides here. Oh my god! The guide for Aloalo's secret thing is like 4 paragraphs long. Mount Rokon's is, after defeating the tiger, climb the Mountain of Crakes, pull the rope, wait for Hancock in the upper floor, pull the lantern enemies down to the room with the tiger painting. Defeat each enemy individually while they're facing each one of the 3 unlit lanterns in front of a golden wall panel. They must be close enough to hit the 3 lamps, one at a time, with the cone they use on death. A 4th lamp will then light, and that will teleport you to the boss area. Okay. Yeah, some of the reverse engineering required for some of the stuff is a little bit crazy. Ugh. I believe you, Drunk Killorn. Oh my god, that's it. They just have an AI script bot, which has analyzed all the moon logic of every adventure game ever made, and then they just run the dungeon for it. And it's like, here you go. Oh, this is how you do it. Wong. He returns. I trust this means their troubles have been resolved. That's true, little Billy. The designers are stupid, dumb, worthless, terrible, awful, no good, very bad people. Is that better, little Billy? Whoops. I need a Snickers, little Billy. But it has to be an almond Snickers. I can't do regular Snickers anymore. Okay, I will be right back. Also, F14 sucks! Worst game ever. You're out of time. Okay. Oh. So let's try the one. Just the one. Yeah, I have so much paperwork to do. Ah! Yeah, I've actually turned it off, but of all. Well, hopefully I have a good enough memory to do so, Ruth. If not, well, then I have failed. Is everybody the class they want to be? I suppose I could just type this. Okay, so Zira is not ready for example. Okay, so that's... Okay. Alright. Yep, secret boss. I've got the guide right here. We have to get to the first boss first, so nothing matters until then. You know, Rax, your portrait looks terrible. I don't remember who that is, Blade Jamal. Unless that's who I think it is. Ah, the merger boss. I mean, it felt weird to give a positive for a boss fight that's just all the other boss fights together. So, no, I did not give it a positive, and I do not plan to. It was a well-constructed fight, but it feels weird doubling down on that kind of a thing. So that should be better. Oh, this is better. Would you believe I have a fairly solid theory of exactly why that happens, even? Surprised you haven't heard me ramble about it before. It's a solid execution and a solid escalation, don't mistake me. But as you say, it's just kind of the boss's too. Were you paying attention during the previous fights? That kind of thing can work, but I don't think it really deserves its own positive, that's it. So, every developer has this problem, every writer actually, to be quite honest, has this problem, where there's stuff that makes sense to us. It's one of the reasons why beta readers and beta testers are so damned important, and why your QA team is one of the most agreed, Rex. Why your QA team is so important to actually designing your game well. Because stuff that makes sense to you may or may not actually make sense to the people actually playing the game. Hurt, aren't I? Oh, I see why. These for a second. Don't mind me. So, when the game developers were first putting together the first few games that would eventually become RPGs, which is mostly adventure kind of stuff, what we eventually started calling point-and-click adventure, a lot of them were designing the puzzles, since puzzles were a huge portion of the game design back then. They designed them in ways that made sense to them, and QA arguably wasn't even a thing back in the 70s and 80s. As in, literally, they didn't have QA teams. The QA was the developers themselves testing their own, bosses and logical puzzles to make sure that they worked. So they would have some random things that made sense to them and no one else. And this is fine within reason, as long as, over time and attention, people would actually figure out how to get other people involved, get other eyes on the project, and say, hey, this makes no sense, Then, the very next thing that happened was that those games got popular, because games in general were getting popular, and sand is tasty, we've never had water. So it kind of became a trend. No, Blade Jamal, you cannot ask that. I will kill you horribly if you ask that question. Why do they have cerulean down here? Anyways, yeah, could you imagine Blade? That would be terrible. But no, so, when those things started getting all popular-like, they became the norm. And then people started demanding them. People started wanting those kind of things because they had been the norm for so long, and we started having a little bit of artifact game design. Now, game design kind of moved forward a little bit over the years. This is... But even as game design moved forward, there's always that cry for old artifact aspects of game design. Anytime you see someone cry out for... anytime you see someone cry out for more grind in games or more esoteric mechanics, less quality of life features, add interfaces, all that kind of stuff, it's pretty much the exact same thing. It's the idea that it became popular because of nostalgia rather than any actual quality game design or rational reason or anything like that. Come here, please, so I can stab you. Thank you. Now, in the interest of total honesty, I should probably also mention that not every aspect of bad game design is always bad game design. There are plenty of individual circumstances and individual cases and blah, blah. Usual boilerplate here. But generally speaking, that's one of the biggest reasons why that kind of stuff tends to endure. So that's a very long-winded answer to your question. I do apologize. I'm kind of trying to gauge the class while fighting a boss I'm not super familiar with. Does anybody else have a res? Spend a little bit of time recovering here. I see that Rax is dead. When I used to play Guild Wars 1, I used to argue that I was contributing to the fights by taking the floor. Now you're probably thinking, hang on, you were bad at Guild Wars 1? Yeah. As PAX will never let me forget. But if I can be 100% honest about it, I can even tell you exactly why I was bad back then. It's because I wasn't trying. You probably know what I mean by that. At least some of you probably understand the distinction between, you know, actually putting in the effort, even in something like a game, you know, and just kind of lazy moding, versus actually, sorry, I'm saying that wrong. The difference between lazy moding and just kind of, you know, taking your time and casualing your way through it, versus actually trying. Now, okay, take the lift to the right. Lift to the right. Maybe? Awesome, Eva. I look forward to seeing it. Come on, Nanamo. Or did she go the other way? Okay, she went the other way, whatever. I will freely admit, in most roulettes, I am doing something else while I'm rouletting, because I don't have a lot of time in my life. Lift to the right. Here we go, here we go. Okay, so, this is important. Kill the drakes from largest to smallest. It should be father, mother, brother, sister, drakeling. Oh, hang on. Come on, flip the damn thing. There we go, to the right. Single target, so I don't think these are the drakes, so we can just do whatever here. Yeah, Estinian's just like, oh yeah, no, I know that one. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Maybe? Yep, nope, this looks like it. So, biggest first. Drake father first. Here, I'll try to mark these. If it'll let me, which it won't, of course. Okay, so it's father, then mother. Welcome, Eva. You're always worth answering. Brother is next. Oh, someone already did. All right. Thanks, Rex. Okay, Drake mother. I like how there's no feedback that we're doing anything here either. It's just, yep, nope. Brother! That's a star. Okay. So after this, there should be some wraiths. We don't care until after we've killed the wraiths, but we need to kill the wraiths. God, I don't know, little Billy. Yep, we gotta kill the men. And the women, and the children, too. Okay, here we go, wraiths. These look like wraiths. Yay! Die, wraiths. You literally don't belong in this world. So, hang on. After we kill these, we need to interact with the myrrh incense burner on the right side of the room. Okay. So, get the boina. Okay, now we have the incense, and now we need to reach the sarcophagus. It'll be targetable. The sarcophagus? Yep, okay. And so I will do this part. Bow. Hang on, hang on. Respect. Okay, I'll be right next to it. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Bow to something that's technically behind me. Respect. Depose. Don't mind my giant sword. And kneel. So that's supposedly it. So the fact that it hasn't worked means something has gone wrong somewhere. Who picked up the incense? That's any buffs about it. Not that it should matter, but you never know. So it's bow, respect, V-pose, and kneel in that order. And make sure you're targeting it. Hang on. I'll respect V-pose kneel. Yeah, that's correct. I paused in between each. Yeah, I mean, try it. Screw it. I am not sure, Timon, although I don't see anything indicating that. See if I can find anybody else having issues with this. If we use it, we should spawn the normal boss, if I'm remembering correctly. Bow, respect, V-pose, and kneel. That's what everything says. I mean, you're supposed to target the sarcophagus, which both Talia, myself, and Raxel did. Pick up the myrrh, spawn for a split second, and then doing a series of units near the coffin. What? Wait, what? What? What changed? I wasn't even looking. What did you do that wasn't being done? I mean, it's possible we all had to do it. Everyone in the party had to do it. Anyway, secret boss time. I have no idea what this boss is. That looks promising. Gilgamesh. Well, no idea how this fight works, so let's do it. Whee! Yeah, okay. Got it. Blue there and red there. Right. I am right. Okay. Yeah, Vivi's been hitting the gym, everybody. Okay. Misread that. First time. Shouldn't have doubted myself. I'm just gathering stacks. I'm just collecting. That's my I'm gonna go for the record. I'm gonna beat 12. Yeah. Oh, I can't believe I lived through that. Didn't live through that, though. Secret boss complete! That was interesting. Where's the... Oh, there she is. Where'd she go? Yes, what was it guarding? Other than a card! You're welcome, Rex. Gul'dan and Amalja banners hanging side by side. What have we stumbled into this time? This book appears to be a catalog of some kind. These items are all proof of the past alliance. What is this wedged in its pages? May the reader of this letter be our darling Nanamo. If this message is for me, why leave it here? My parents had such faith I would find it. Oh, you're kidding, Rex. Crap. I'm sorry. Tis the vault itself they wish for me to discover, and these priceless truths preserved within. Let us return to Ul'dah. Yeah, sure. Let's go back to Ul'dah. Alright, so I'm gonna give lead to Rax for a second. Yes. There we go. Okay. Where is it? I actually don't remember. I think it's in the past. Apparently there's a quest in Ul'dah. Stop giving me quests, game! There is a quest there. God damn it. I swear to God, if I go... I actually did check the churning mists. I almost didn't. I actually thought about deliberately not checking the churning mists when I was doing my sweep. But I did check. There was nothing new. Master Runner, I'm pleased to inform you that the storage vault you discovered has been thoroughly inventoried. As Grace has previously mentioned, she wished to discuss the findings with you in person. Have you a moment or two to take tea with the Sultana? Very good. Pray take the time you need to freshen up and change your wardrobe if so desire. Then meet me in the husting strip. I would never change my outfit in this game. No, Leander. So that's all the tanks. I have now covered all the tanks. Of course there is using code. Thank you for coming, Master Runner. Her Grace will see you now. The Sultana poisons us. For old time's sake. Well, it is quite amusing to shulk about in disguise. I thought it might be nice to meet in comfort for a change. That said, I'm reminded of our private audience around the time of the victory banquet. It was like less than a year ago. Right before I had to flee into the aqueducts. Those tunnels must occupy a dark place in your memory. I hope our recent exploration has brightened them somewhat. Yeah. Kokushu will have told you of our progress in cataloging the Sultan's vault. I deployed a hand-picked group of soldiers to compare its contents against the inventory list we recovered. It would seem all items are present and accounted for. No evidence of thieving or vandalism. Naldthal be praised. The question is then, what did the Sultan of the Thorn dynasty seem so precarious? It must be concealed in an underground archive constructed for that purpose. It was a gift. Other kingly treasures are stored there, of course, but the pride of place at the top of the list was a tribute from the Amalja. Uldans and Amaljians once fought side by side to purge the Sylvan subterrane of the undead, and this tribute commemorated their well-fought victory. True accounts of the matter, however, have long been stifled for political expedience. Thus did generations of rulers seek to keep the tribute safe and secret, that evidence of our historic alliance might never be forgotten. They believed the world would change for the better. They believed that preserving our people's shared past would aid us in embracing harmony when the time was right for reconciliation. And after the recent happenings at Paglthon, I believe that time is now. For coin, country, and comrades in arms, we bequeath this trust to the House of Wool. So reads the declaration of our forebears, and so shall I endeavor to answer their charge. There are no few on both sides who seek to decry our efforts. That peace between our peoples will not and cannot be attained. Yet with the gift of precedence in hand, will I have means to convince them. And I have you to thank for arming me with the truth. Had you not answered my selfish request, or persisted with such patience, I may never have made this wholly unexpected discovery. It's just epilogues all the way down, Blade of all. You have my deepest gratitude, Lore. Ever shall I cherish the memories of our explorations. Showing off that liquid tech. Please don't be poisoned. Please don't be poisoned. Oh, but how unseemly of me to dominate the conversation so. What of my distinguished guest? How does Eorze's tireless champion fare of late? Well, I've been fighting like chimeras and vampires in the past. I also killed all the gods. And I could just picture, I could just picture if we actually said that to Nama, her response would just be, oh, I met Naldthal and killed him. I see. How did you enjoy your tea? The Sultan had much to talk about, it seems. I understand an adventure of your caliber is in high demand, and we do appreciate you taking the time to assist Her Grace, both now and in days to come. I also understand how difficult it can be to finish one's cake in the presence of royalty. I packed you some sweets for the road. Oh, thank you. Ground pie. Yeah, the variant dungeons, they feel like another variant on the playground concept. Here's a fun little side thing. It's over there, and it's a fun little side thing. There's nothing wrong with that, really. Quite the contrary. But for systems like that to endure, they need to have more meat in them. They need the injection of new content and new purpose into them. I can actually give you a specific example of this. Expeditions. In World of Warcraft, in BFA, they came out with a really, really cool concept called expeditions, where you'd go to a random island with 2 other players, so a three-player party, and you'd go and you'd gather resources by doing events and killing bosses and looting things and just generally having fun with it. And the enemy would be 3 AIs, but they were really, really well designed bots. Like, scarily good in terms of the level of quality you would expect from an MMO. They could jump, they could dodge, they could corner you, they could move together, they could retreat. You know, they weren't basic, I'm following a pattern stuff. They actually had decision-making scripts built into them. It was great. If you've never heard of expeditions, you already see the problem that I'm bringing up here. Because they had the expedition concept, and then they walked away from it. They never did anything else with it. They had this extremely cool concept. They're like, yeah, all right, bye. And having said that, they have started bringing a variant of it back with the new follower dungeons, using that incredibly scripted bot system I just mentioned, in conjunction with bringing bots into a dungeon, which is actually really freaking awesome. Having now done several follower dungeons, I can attest to just how extremely good they are. Just to name one random example of something really cool. Let's say I'm doing a dungeon, and let's say Rax logs on and says, hey, can I join you? And I say, no problem. I invite Rax, he teleports in. The group instantly adjusts on the fly to accommodate the fact that Rax is there. Stuff like that is really, really cool. And there's other things, too, like the tank knows where to go. They will leash to the party leader. Like, yeah, and it's very fluid, it's very flexible. If Rax in the middle of a dungeon leaves, they will adjust again, instantly. To be like, oh, we just lost a Dragoon. So, here's a new melee DPS. It's so cool. And yeah, you can respec, and if you respec, so your role changes, so you change from being a DPS to a healer, for example, the group just adjusts on the fly to adapt to it. It is very cool. And the fact that you can mix and match NPCs and players like that is awesome. Sorry for gushing. Anyways, so we have Mr. Red, and we have Giga Pudding, and we have Little Billy. Okay. If you could grab those, please, Rax. Yes, please. I'm gonna go to the past, which I was about to do until I got some new story. Ugh. Giving me story in FF14. Ugh. Oh, that would be very cool, Leander. Now, as much as I praise follower dungeons, and let's be clear, I do. Once again, it's the same general concept as expeditions. It's a very cool concept, just like expeditions were. What matters most is what they do with it next. If they don't properly support it and keep it going, it's just going to be another awesome feature that goes away. Mr. Red, Little Billy, and Giga Pudding. Which is Nyreen something? I don't remember. I literally see whatever her name is, and I just see Giga Pudding, because my brain autocorrects really hard nowadays. That's it, Nyreen Vicarian. Interestingly enough, FF14 bosses and WoW bosses actually share a lot of DNA when it comes to the narrative. Oh, duh. Sorry. Yeah, let me go back to the present. Because usually you've got 3 types of bosses narratively in both games. You've got random things that have absolutely nothing to do with anything else whatsoever. I was making fun of that during the Breath of Fire runs, if you remember. And you know what I mean, right? Like, you're just going along and it's, oh my god, it's a giant octopus! Okay. Huh? Then you've got your thematic bosses. They're not really connected to anything, but they are very thematically connected to either the raid you're doing or, like, the story event that you're going through at a given point in time. Like, for example, the second to last boss of Amirdrasil is a very powerful flame druid. He's an NPC who never existed before that raid. Has nothing to do with anything, and he dies in that raid. But he is the most powerful flame druid, and thus is the functional leader of the Druids of the Flame during the end of the assault on Amirdrasil. So, thematic connection. The final is the obvious, the plot-relevant characters. When you fight, you know, Kefka, or you fight Geshtal, or you fight Leo, or someone who isn't from FF6. And WoW and FF14 both dive into both of those pretty extensively. What is this? Okay. Allow me to thank you personally for your contribution to our research. Your stories of the ancients' creations have planted the seeds of many theories, and I cannot wait for them to flourish. Okay. Oh, this is Savage. Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to do this then. Savage unlocked. Cool. Let's get that off my mini-map. I want all quests off my mini-map. Now that it's been 83 years, or 4 months, or I guess 8 months. Lord, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearken to the crystal's whispers. Please don't listen to something a crystal is whispering to you. Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Right, of course. Sorry. My apologies, Lord. Being consumed by my research, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. Perhaps we should start with the worst song in the game. A crystal set adrift on the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess with the combined magical talents of your companions was sufficient to... Yeah, okay, this is just recap. Okay, so, analysis of the pattern of the etheric current in the crystal suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can all mean such another crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature from its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Lore grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to. He has to seek out the secrets which lie within Pandemonium. From all that we heard, it appears time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. So don't question the time travel. Just don't question it. Don't question the fact that we can just teleport back at will. 12,000 years into the past. You want to search for the crystal on your own? That would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I've already commissioned a ship and a pilot for that very purpose. I trust you take good care of the laboratory in my absence. Uh-huh. So, he's going to get possessed by whatever's in the crystal. I'm just going to call that right now. I apologize for his somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian's an idiot. Indeed, he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him his excitement, I wish he'd spare a thought for those around him. 12,000 years, Evo. For reasons unknown, the crystals seem loath to be overheard, much as it spoke only to you last time, but the professor... none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him he could solve the puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm sure he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, go to Pandemonium. Yep. Delving into those records may shed light on the creature's lore yet to encounter, if your theory proves correct. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing blindly forward with only his strength to carry the day. I mean, that's been working well for me for a real long time at this point. Just saying. I got this. Okay, now we go back to the past. We don't have to take Giga if she's busy. What's going on? Oh, yeah, sure. Let's grab Zero's friend. If Zero's friend actually needs it, then that's a priority situation. No, I so love efficiency. That's what I thought. I might actually do these no guidance quests just to get them off my map someday, because I keep seeing them thinking, is that a real quest? Nope. Unlikely, USN Corp. We only have about an hour and a half to manage. We might manage the next wing. Maybe. Yeah, you still knew each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but maybe I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I take my leave. I think Lunaruth was arguably the one we're missing, but she's not going to be home for a while. Like, she'll probably be too late. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by an unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Eric's capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I am away. He works diligently to master interment that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hands. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. But the problem is, I have limited time too, Lunaruth. I have a ticking clock holding over my head. So... Admittedly, I didn't expect it would take us 2 hours to even start Pandemonium for the second shift. That's on me. I will accept that. We can also pug the 8th if we have to. It's not like we can't. Well, we do have 3 bosses, 4 bosses to go through. So it's not like we can't swap in and out, depending on how long these take. Ah. You know, I'm happy the way of flying in this game. I really am. But, after you've had dragon riding, I can heal. I would rather not tank at this point. I've tried all 4 tanks right now. But I can heal. If I have to tank, I'll tank. There are other ways to try out classes if it comes down to it. I'm just trying to be efficient. I've already tried out Sage. And I've already tried out Scholar. So White Mage or Astrologer? I know, Ismaristar. The problem is, dragon flying required adding a physics engine to the engine. Like it was a major physics or engine overhaul to add the physics to it. Now, do you think FF14 can do that? Of course I did, Zachdaft. It will all be destroyed in the end. Right, I'm not in town. As I have pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified at how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, be it good or ill. Hesperos and Eric were 2 sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, and the latter looked to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this. But such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. You haven't seen politics, sir. Naturally, I feel gratitude towards my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the planet. This view is not unique to myself, it's more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they all have been drawn to him. There are many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Wards of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Thebes. I understand you're conducting an investigation into Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed, in particular I want to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Wards of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it to be a simple matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Wards of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot but feel that Academia and Nida would be a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and one we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself towards relocation. When it was first built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That's quite the change, and in fact almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decide which creations will be subject of research? Master La Habrea. But such authority is reserved for the Chief Keyword, and he has taken upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I don't know what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit as of late their communication has been somewhat sporadic, we recently received a report from one of the keywords stating all is well. Really? And you are certain the keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communication suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. I take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate. It would be remiss to disturb them for longer than necessary. Curiouser and curiouser. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. Or else we might run into Mr. Red, doing the most terrifying thing known to mankind. Being burned alive by my jets. 145 more tokens, and then I can advance the relic chain. Might actually finish that tonight. Because Ninja has already received a viscerality positive Pillars of Snow. Oh, sorry, I never actually answered your question, Playtroll. Those classes listed are the ones that have already received viscerality positives. The rest still need consideration. So it felt best to list the ones that already have it, rather than the ones that don't. I know, Evo. Story. Not quite. traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There's something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, familiar with the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but the control of the Asphodel is wrested from my grasp. It is the best I can offer you. Hide, if you will, but mark my words, I will find you. I will find you, and I will kill you. Now, there's no need for such hostility. Calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times, the scolding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp those rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That you still insist on mocking me. Or that still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind, nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned an offer to escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will. I'm no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. He's talking about me. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos, though, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain they are worthier subjects to contend with. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I started to think what would have come of me. Something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who could hold thrall over familiar creation and keyword alike. So there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There's logic to that. There are few within the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief key warden comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It serves as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You've met him, yes? Do you think he's capable of this? You don't want me to answer that. Yeah, he's capable of a little bit more than you know. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples if it brings his goal closer in reach. That alone shouldn't be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there's no depth to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Although his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Laura, can you go solo like 4 more death monsters for me, please? Yep, Phantom Warriors, blah, blah, blah. Well, I would answer that ready check, but it didn't even pop up for me. I'm ready. Oh. So they're only bell, which I'll put under 9. Oh, screw you, game. My portrait's gonna default because I changed outfits not in town. That is really frustrating. I have a white mage portrait. That's also why I have the white armor on instead of the red armor. Hey, it's Carbo. Oh, maybe I should have been a summoner for this. Right, I'm expecting Reflect. Shut up, Rax. You know what? I'm just gonna pull the boss just for that. No, that wall mechanic is really cool. Rose. Hey, PB Good Fate. I'm doing what I can. Okay. Give me 1 second. There it is. Apologies.
Yeah!
That was fun. That was a double positive fight right there. Thank you for the sub, Ross. Always. And if you know where you want that to go, please let me know. Is that the right document? Definitely not Castlevania, Casper. This is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Eric and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. They definitely exist, Blue Fusion Volt, and I've never played them. Fortunately for you, they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are forced to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Thank you, Luke. I grinded my face off for it. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. I don't believe we can forego introductions unless I have misread you. I'm awful too familiar with Paragon. Charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. I can wait. What is this? Oh, this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether and an unfamiliar composition besides. But no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you think carefully before you decide your next action. Strike me down here, and Eric's wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name. Listen well, Eric. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? That's a dumb question. Eric, wait. There is a question I must needs ask first. If you are truly La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, aren't we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea I knew took pride in the Convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in manner and appearance. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into?
Elidibus! Dun dun dun! Wah, 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 wah.
Imposter. You have no right to that form or that mask. What? Who? It was a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in the pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you might have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Eric, listen well. I am Hephestus. And it is I whom you should call Father. Okay. In the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation's in order. Elidibus, let us return to safety so you may provide it. And that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Yep, a dick. Before we depart, I must offer an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus. Yeah, duh. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let's return to the gate so we can do the next boss. Help him. Save him. Nah, I'm good. As you're aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azim and I were detecting irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I'm sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would speak to you, my friend. Although neither Azim or I have ever met you in the flesh, you came with the highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally, without question. That somewhere in the world, a guiding star so similar to himself was out there amused Azim to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I've heard stories that Mistress Vana, who held the position of Azim, previously journeyed with a familiar much like yourself, and made his decision to trust you all the easier. She, too, now dons the white robes of advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. And I wanted to tell you that. Thanks. I feel bad about killing you in the future. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, Calabria, and truth be told, I'd hoped we never would again. But now I see that I was a fool to think I could ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing calling himself La Habrea, and why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I'm well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Asm and Elidibus have taken upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into that situation. Time was. I imagine my surprise when, instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords saying research and operations proceeding as usual. While Hephestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire, all the emotions that we're loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. He spoke of Mother, he looked at you with venom. He blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now he is awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster to our planet. As Chief Key Warden of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare all research summarily abandoned, facility destroyed. Okay. You would leave the other warders to their doom. It is a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? But we need to get, like, I don't know, 7 more boss fights in? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide the planet and its inhabitants on the correct course. It's no surprise you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risks to our people. You can see by Eric's response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Asm and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That's precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The Chief Keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you even taken a moment to consider another path? No! You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea the trials we've endured, the foes that lore has stood against. Lore, is it? A being of such ethers I've never seen. What are you? He is the guiding star that shall safely lead us through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion. And as outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. La Habrea cannot be trusted! But I do think it's too soon to give up. We still know nothing about Hephestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. We've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the Emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. Although judge true. It wouldn't be the first time someone of power has asked us, what are we? As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked us with and seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. Very well. In my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. 7 more boss fights. I judge the most measured choice would be to continue on our present course. 7 more boss fights. 7 more boss fights. You have yet to witness Lore's might and Eric's resolve. I would ask you to see our capabilities firsthand. Yes, La Habrea, let's see my battle capacity in person. Also, if you fail, we will destroy Pandemonium immediately. We won't fail. You're bolder than I remember. And you're more tedious than I remember. Laura, come find me when you're finished. That's true. We didn't technically kill La Habrea. We just beat his ass twice. Eric is understandably frustrated. If we're to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Lending her to his troubles. Do I have to? I really just want to kill more bosses. Can I kill more bosses? Please? Can I? Okay. You've done all you can with words. Only actions can convince me now. Listen, Dino Carbuncle was awesome. I don't know what you want from me. Am I still needed as a healer, by the way? Hey, Ross. You never told me what you want to put the sub towards. But hi, and thank you. I don't need to be a healer. We're getting close to the point where I've covered all the classes. And I'm willing to be a little bit more malleable. After all, we do have the MSQ coming up. You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried us plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped over their bonds, the other keywords had all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen to escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephestus has secrets yet untold, secrets that would be buried in Pandemonium if it was reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what this would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was she perished in an accident. No one would say more, as if they feared to say more. Even if it were not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he could condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the lives of others? He once used my ally as a vessel for his own twisted ends. What would possess him to do that? Even for La Habrea, such an act would be a black mark against him if it were made known. I can't imagine how much your ally suffered. Yeah, he's technically permanently disabled because of that. Like, we've never cured Thancred. It's plain there's much to consider. Thank you, Laura. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea we are capable of saving the Pandemonium and gaining control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about the depths than any of us, and seeing how we require every advantage we can afford, let's go talk to him. Yeah, Y'shtola is technically crippled too, although for some reason that's never really mattered. I swear Thancred had a permanent side effect from the possession, not just the The fake out death, let's call it what it is. Whatever. Eric appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azim. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, even among countless concepts I have observed. To think I would never encounter such an existence I could not create by my own hand, Azim never ceases to surprise. The previous Azim was much the same, and taking the entirety of the planet into consideration, she came to hold dear the emotions and people than a more logical mind would have discarded. It made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Azim's nature is its tendency to affect all those he comes into contact with. Emmett Selk said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, only your deeds can speak for you now. So, let me tell you about Abyssos. Let's have the worst song in the game. I sense no creations of note. Maybe they've been made into fodder for experimentation, or maybe they've been transferred to deeper circles. If Hephestus would never allow you safe passage, he has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of hegemony, keyword of Abyssos. Though her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I know her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities in her still, there's something else at work. It's the worst song in the game. I don't know what you want from me, little Billy. It is the only song I have given negatives to in this game. Plural. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Prometheus, doubtless against her will. Or Themis, we must rescue from that cruel fate, and then kill her. Okay. Yeah, it's not a good song. It's got too short of a loop. It's overused, and it's too sharp. Especially when it's being used over lines that actually have dialogue. Ugh, thank God. Okay. Thank you, Evo. I'm actually quite proud of it. Even though it's the wrong outfit. Now, I need to do something very quickly. There. Anyway, sorry. You don't need me to heal. In which case... we'll do this. I'm ready. Don't mind me, I just have to go back to town to change my appearance. Tell you what, the moment it stops poking me in the vulnerable spot of my brain is the moment I will stop being angry at that song. What in the world? By the way, after this, if anyone would like to bow out to let other people in. Okay. Hey, look, I have a portrait now. Sorry. She does have a head and a tentacle. And I've played Resident Evil. Listen, I really, really want to kill Mr. Red, okay? That's all this is really about. In general, I'm pretty sure the community really loves the music. I mean, there's plenty of concerts which certainly sell well, but there's also a whole lot of memeing in a positive way about how the game just has bangers everywhere. Think. This should be interesting. Sure, it swaps the positions of them. Quite simply. You have to accommodate for where it's going to be, not where it is. Won't kill Mr. Red this time. Yes. I was gonna say, I'm a red mage. In fact, we have nothing but range. Oh, Jesus. We have nothing but range limit breaks. I mean, if you want me to blind you, I can limit break. I don't mind. Yeah, you may have noticed she started doing things where she's doing that plus dodge something else. She actually just did it a few seconds ago. They took the option away from me. No blinding of the stream. Sorry. Well, killed a god. Or, I mean... Who did we just kill? Alright, let me rate Mr. Red's Mog. Oh my god, it's the most hideous thing in the known history of the universe. So... Main coat and chest piece works. Leggings are okay, but almost invisible, therefore don't really matter. The boots work very, very well, especially complementing the coat. The gauntlets do not fit. The random bits of red leather on the fingers actually kind of get in the way of the overall motif. A little bit of color somewhere is a good idea, but for some strange reason that just doesn't work. The sword usage is of course perfect. That's an absolutely perfect weapon. to use with something like that, especially given its drill nature, if that's the one I'm thinking of, which it is. And I think that's it. Where's the exit? There it is. So Blade Tival, I know you wanted to bow in, and I think Lunaruth did too. Evanescence is a band. Was a band. They made one good album. Sure they do, Mr. Red. Sure they do. Amy Lee is a great singer, and I'll hear nothing else about that. Hey, Tara. The score on the screen is not up to date, but it's still indicative. We've won. The keyword is sealed away and alive this time. La Habrea can't deny us now. Oh, that sounds awesome, Rex. Yeah, Blade, what are you bringing? Paladin, I assume? And Lunaruth, same question. Also, I think I need another person to volunteer to bow out for Lunaruth. The plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. The Gemini's been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I'm not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Hemotheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. Enjoy Dune, Rax. Let me know what you think of it afterwards. As for that, there's one amongst you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandemonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. It's fine, dude. I didn't like the book, but I do enjoy the first film for what it's worth. No, I really wasn't deliberately trying to kill you, Mr. Red. So the first time, I didn't understand how the mechanic worked. That was pretty obvious. I just didn't know what I was doing. The second time, I was miscounting in my head, and I got greedy. And that's it. I literally just took another second or two to turn around that I shouldn't have, because I was trying to finish up a combo. And then it was like, oh, I'm out of time. And I saw, and what's really funny is I swear it actually beelined to Mr. Ed. Like, I swear it didn't aim where I faced. It, like, aimed me to him. I'm sure that's not true, but that's a lot what it felt like. It was just... Because I, like, nudged a little... You'll see it on the VOD. I nudged a little bit to the right and just went straight for Mr. Ed. And I'm just like, Whoops. So, no, that was not on purpose at all. That was just me screwing up. So long as we do not each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can embrace his companions. That's something that Lauren Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I'm inclined to agree. If my investigation made anything clear, it's that we're together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path and to act before the path that lies closest to us. Tell me then, what is it you hope for? How about some, like, fashion? Everyone wears the same damn robes in this world. To see Hephestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. There we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandemonium again. I mean, a society that is this, whatever the opposite of it individualistic is, yeah, they probably would literally sneer at the idea of wearing a different outfit. Collectivist, thank you. You are capable, that much is plain, yet Hephestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow this talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle, this is known. All souls return to the underworld, the live stream, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant of the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus discovered something no one else has? He knows all you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Eric. I've already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the planet, no doubt. I can hear it again, that voice inside my head. I must kill everyone. And everything. I know who to follow. Hephestus, father! Mother, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. and then we just kill him right here as he's transforming. No, listen not, Eric. Seriously, why are we watching this? Apologies, you taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could not even grasp the rudder. Seriously, why are we just watching this? Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, right, we're a smuggler. Duh. Quest accepted! What? What? Okay, so hang on. So we're getting Blade Terval, who is bringing something. We don't have the engine to kill him, Willie monologues. Damn it! Oh, and before you think this, WoW is just as guilty as this. It's really frustrating. Like, we're not actually as much of a badass in WoW as an individual, but we're still a total freaking badass. And yet the amount of times we'll just stand there and be like, oh no, they're killing the dude right in front of me. And now they're monologuing about killing the dude that they just killed. Now they're leaving. Okay. And now the coroner's shown up, okay. And the whole time we're just standing there like, damn it. Come on. Anyways. This was Hephaestus' work, there no doubt. He seems he learned from his previous failure. Oh no, my longtime friend has died. It really does, Ross. By the way, I still haven't gotten your sub stuff, Ross. Your sub stuff. I am just all kinds of words today. I've noticed my vocabulary is dying lately. It's probably because I'm spending so much of my brain reviewing 3 things at once while trying to be efficient. I'd like to think I'm doing a good job, but man, I am stretching my brain these days. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Carrick, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes on me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. 'Twas but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Eric failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of how Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw... Damn it, Rex! We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his art. And there was something else besides. Do you not feel the presence of another? Actually, yeah. As I thought, someone was trying to warn Eric, but whom? Could have been one of the keywords? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Eric past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. Yeah, you're still evil, dude. RWBY, Streamations, One Shot, Star Trek, Mac, Resurgence. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us firm foothold with which to brave Pandemonium's lowest level. The enemy's in reach. Yeah, I got this. Just as Hesperos, Eric is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. Pray tell us all we know, all you know of what we will find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartarus, and our passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving past the threshold. That, I expect, is where lore will shine. Yeah, I got this. Thank you for acknowledging it. His dissolute ether allows him to slip through traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless he has yet to even devise a countermeasure. Hey, Permeus. Time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, the clarity will be indispensable to our success. I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. Oh yeah, we're song. We have yet to discern what end Hephaestus would use, Eric. If you would know, I would ask you to enlighten us. And there's the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Eric's feelings for his mother? Well, I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is an anathema. You act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain. So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child. It's really hard to feel bad for La Habrea, because, I mean, you know, I've killed the guy twice. How dare you? No, I'm sincere. Oh, you're right. The blame for Eric's fate lies squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. Done. The remaining keyword is... Oh, Jesus Christ. Aestus? I don't know. She has served in Pandemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even amongst the keywords. Hephaestus knows losing her would mean the end to his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. It's actually really easy to see how this cold fish could turn into our La Habrea, but honestly, Hephaestus is acting a lot more like the La Habrea we know, and you can take from that what you want. Your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it'll be trivial to send you directly to Aestus. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight, and phantom allies to aid you. Interment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Aestus' essence, but it's scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemony. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her. That is much worse than what I was thinking, von Falkenstein. Alright, so let's look at our party composition really quick, shall we? Oh yeah, and I didn't say anything out loud, but I really liked Red Mage. Like, a lot. Like, Red Mage was already good, and the additional acceleration charge and the extra step at the end with whatever it's called, the Super Mega Doom Nuke, which is an insta-cast, by the way, leads to my sister coming down and killing me. So I look forward to my imminent death. Yeah, resolution, that's it. That's ignoring all the obvious things that make Red Mage the best caster in the game. The only thing that makes it not the best ranged in the game, in my opinion, is Dancer.
Hey, you're not in the same outfit.
Nope, because I change outfits based on... Wait a minute. So hang on. So we've got Mr. Red's tanking, Giga's healing, and Little Billy's healing. So it looks like I could be whatever. So we still need to try out Reaper and Black Mage, and I think that's actually it.
Here you go.
Oh, Blade's tanking, my bad.
There is.
I don't think I want to do Black Mage in these. I don't even remember how... Oh yeah, I also need to do Ninja, because I keep hearing Ninja. I'll do Ninja.
So that you don't forget it exists again.
Yep. I could also do Summoner. I forgot about Summoner. But I'm still going to do Ninja. Because I hate Ninja and I want it to go away. I'm going to laugh if I really like Ninja at 90. Make sure our portrait is correct, which it is. Okay. It's okay, I don't need to practice my combos. Although, speaking of which, I do need to double check. Come on. The double tap problem pretty much ensures I will never main Ninja. I only put up with it purely for the purposes of reviewing. That's strange. Strange. So what's up? Not that I have you have to have a reason to come visit me, but usually you do.
No.
Also, if you play a summoner,
I have a book.
you also
There's stuff out of the book.
like this little guy.
He's very cute.
He is. And then you turn him into Bahamut. Really. But no, Ninja. Let's do. Hang on. Let me do
Hi,
it.
Evo.
I know I've done Warrior, Paladin. I've done all the tanks. I've done Sage. I've done White Mage. I've done Astro. I have not done Astrolodin actually, but that can wait. We already have a healer. Dragoon. I've done Monk. I've done Scholar. I've done Dancer. I've done Samurai. I've done Red Mage. So I'm right. So I need Ninja, Reaper, Astrologian, Black Mage, Summoner. So I've already done Machinist. I've already done Bard. Cool. Let's do it. Actually, let me double check something really, really quick. Yep, okay. Let's see how this
Hey, the blue box is gone.
What blue box?
The blue box.
I don't know what you're talking about. There was never a blue box. I definitely don't run Act.
I like Chamois a lot more in raids than I like dungeons.
What's the difference? Like, how's it feel different?
More people take damage.
Oh, that's a valid way to think of that. I would never... Wait, we've already killed him. Wait. What? Oh god, is this savage? We got this! We got this! I can't even check what happened.
Alright, we got this, yeah! Leroy!
I'm confused.
We accidentally queued for hard mode, and we're not any kind of prep for that. I like how Giga just ran into the spikes. She just was like, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Death! Death to the
Death
Giga.
is preferable. Yep, I got this. I got this. I remember how to play this class. Okay.
Hit a button.
I am hitting the
Hit
button.
a different button. Hit a third button.
Blood rake? I don't even know what that means.
Well, it was shiny.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Hit 2.
Never.
2.
Never.
Hit G.
First one did 3. I don't do G.
But G's not shiny anymore. Hit 2. Hit 3.
Yep. Okay, before I let him take me, I join Giga in death. Ugh.
Really? I walk backwards into spikes and I'm insta-dead?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he has a knockback, and so the way they make the knockback, you know, difficult, is they kill you instantly if you leave the arena. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so how do we... Yeah, I saw. Vote, abandon, or that. Okay, sure.
Please.
God damn it. Okay, so how did that happen? Ah, that's how. I picked the thing at the top. Savage is at the top.
All of those are savage.
Yeah,
Do the one at the bottom.
yeah. We need Abyssos 7th circle. Moving on. You know what's really funny? Is I even casually glanced at the side. There's a thing over there that indicates if you've done it or not. You see there's a check mark if you've done it before. So I glanced at the side and there was no check mark. Clearly,
I wonder why you hadn't done it before.
clearly that was the correct raid, and that's all I did to double check was I checked to see if there was a check mark.
Rack says you should sort it the other direction.
It's fine. It's fine.
Now you have to fight a tree?
Probably. Okay. This really is just Resident Evil.
That's a really ugly tree.
Yeah, we need to kill that thing.
It's ugly. It looks like it's gonna spawn ads.
Yeah, there's no saving her. We need to kill her. We have already fought XIV. Here, let me summon some ads. There we go. Thank you, Giga, for wearing slightly appropriate attire. She's the one in the pink outfit. Oh no, I'm wrong. That's actually, I don't know who that is. That's someone else.
All right,
So,
chat. Which one of you is wearing pink?
actually, I think that's Zero's friend. So I don't share those. That should be fun. I'll give you 3 seconds to pull.
All right, it's been 3 seconds. Go. We get 3 seconds, but we don't actually, because we didn't waste 20 seconds plus the 3 seconds.
Yeah, see, you get it. You get it. You understand.
done with all of my raids on the channel.
All of them? Jesus. Oh, it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
I need it's
I'll save you a character this time.
I would appreciate it. You don't have to, but I still appreciate it.
Just know that even coordinated groups can't get away from each other with circles.
Look. None of us hit each other.
2,
I don't know what that
2,
I'm gonna assume that means in.
3.
Kinda, yeah, Dream Whisper.
5.
Now that you say that out loud.
Pens go that way. Rawr. It's the wrong spot.
It's
Whee! Well, now
Well.
there's 3 circles.
there.
There's bridge.
Yeah, done. Cool. Yeah, they keep doing this triangle thing, this expansion. I'm just thrown by it.
Bridges seem like they're gonna go away.
Yeah, that's why I keep trying not to stand on them.
Seems like a thing you would do. Have a temporary, because you got the circles.
I mean, that's what I would do. Here's your bridge. Smash!
Bridge is gone. Ooh, that would be cool, because like you only take away like one bridge, like when he does that bridge goes away, and it's like, okay, now you have to be on that circle. So, no, that was...
Not what I was expecting. And then they dissolve. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hey, Infiltrating saying congrats on finishing the download.
And like, that's what, like, that creates your soft rages. Eventually all the bridges are gone and you can't get the queen anymore.
I do love me some soft enraged bosses. Okay. Sure.
Triangle.
No, no, just better to just eat it.
But there was a little triangle.
There was, but I couldn't reach it in time, and if I tried it, I would get hit by 2 things instead of 1.
There was...
If I've already failed, yeah, then it's better to just eat the 1 hit instead of the 2 and die. There's the other one. Yep, right behind me.
Why are you stuck in the circle? Why don't you get out the circle? Everybody is.
No reason. Those are getting bigger. Yeah, I think the tree doesn't like us very much.
I mean, it doesn't look like it would like you very much.
You know, that's fair. It has that kind of face, you know? Okay.
All these circles. Now you have to get out without being in this. All these circles.
Ugh. It's okay, it was only 3 at once. As soon as I res. Ah! First thing. Unfortunately, and this is actually funny in its own right, so far I haven't done any of the new abilities at 90.
Seems like you're probably doing something wrong.
It is. It's because I'm not engaging with the combo thing, which is what near as I can tell triggers the new stuff. And I have to say, near as I can tell, because I'm presuming here, but none of the mechanics I've been doing so far are different from 80.
Well, then...
Yeah.
The combo thing.
Yeah, I need to figure out what Rayton is and how to do it.
Okay. How we do Rayton? Tenchi.
Oh, those are meteors. I hope. Okay.
I say 1 and 2.
No cooldown, too. Watch my number 4 button, because that's the thing I've been engaging with.
Well, because you've been hitting 1s and 2s. Apparently you have to build up a 1 or a 2, and that will get you to 4.
That is a thing that has happened, yes. I don't think we're going to have that issue with FF14, because most FF14 music is safe. But then again, square is square, so who frickin' knows? Okay.
Innocent.
Well, I don't want to be over there, because that's going to be a circle attack. But this should be a line, which I can then... Oh, get out of the way of. Got out of the way of one of them.
Apparently you shouldn't be jumping back and forth between the 2. It's a...
Go!
It's a...
Whatever.
level.
Would not actually use the frickin'... whatever.
That.
I mean, it's the only option, Talia. I don't know what you want from me. Anyways, that's a wipe.
Yeah, there's still 2 people alive. Go, Blade
4,
Craval, you
actually.
got this.
The catch here is...
Well, I could only see 2 of them.
if we had a healer up, we could recover immediately, because we have a tier 3 limit break ready to go. Oh, one of them's a red mage. My bad. Zero's a red mage. Red mage! Get a healer up. Healer! Limit break! And then run! Ugh. Ow! Poor Giga. Okay, I didn't even see the one behind me. That's my fault. That is my fault.
It's okay. You would have died right there, too.
Yeah. Hey, Trafin.
Thank you for the sub.
Since I'm dead right now, I'll go ahead and jot that down. Kirby block. Evil block. And Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters. Oh, now both healers and a tank are up. There's no Hardened Rage here. Okay, now it's a wipe. We have reached the point of wipehood. Zero was out of mana. I mean, 8%, and we do have a paladin.
No,
So,
Blade Craval.
to be no offense, Mr. Ed, but Blade Trevall might pull this. So just try to do as much damage as you can, Mr. Ed. Just
And try not to die.
yeah. Obviously keep living, but you're the deeps right now. Okay, so Mr. Ed's dead.
It's okay. Blade Craval's got this. Go.
good news is we've looped. There's no new mechanics at this point. The bad news is this is going to hurt like hell. Lived.
Whack, 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 whack.
5%. Yeah, I was expecting him to invuln through that, but
Maybe he already used that button.
quite possible. It's a big cooldown.
Oh. Apparently he hit it, but he hit it too late.
Yeah, invuln lasts way too short in this game, honestly. I much prefer the 10-second invuln allow. %.
Whack, whack. Go, Blade Travel, you got this!
Well, then I don't know anything. Then he was a corp. I'll accept that.
This is the most.
Go ahead, use your words.
I can't find the word.
3%.
This is the most word excitement I've had all day.
What's really funny is, and I mean no offense by this whatsoever, but if he was a warrior, he'd probably already have killed the boss. Because warrior is so stupid. That might push through. Yeah, 3%. That was a really solid attempt, Blade Travel.
Yep. Good job. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Nah, it's fine.
You say that, but you're not him. So.
All good. You do have heals. You're a paladin.
Adorable.
I need it.
It goes in here. And I haven't bothered to gain access to it. So it's here, so I know, if I have to move tomorrow.
Kicking you out. Figure it out.
Yeah,
Right
no,
now.
I got it. Let's go. Let's go.
DPSing.
Let's go. Back while DPSing. It's okay. I got this.
Oh, shoot. I should probably not actually die.
That's true.
That's true. For the record, by the way, everyone, that was a really good recovery. The fact that we didn't kill the boss does not diminish the fact that that was a solid recovery. So, good job, everybody. Honestly, the only load here is me, because I am just absolutely terrible at ninja, and I admit that. I will admit, I don't think Ninja's going to get an additional positive at 90, like some of the classes have. There's just not enough new or interesting about it to really differentiate it from previous. Obviously, there's, you could say, you weren't using the mechanic, but no, I mean, like, the new mechanic doesn't really add much. Unlike several of the jobs, where your entire rotation is fundamentally changed by virtue of what's tacked on at the end of it, like Paladin or Red Mage. Black Mage, for that matter, which I haven't even shown yet. Ninja just feels like, here's a little bit extra. It's like, okay. there's actually 2 additional abilities. I haven't really showed that off properly. There's what's on my B, and then there's what's on my 4. I mean, if I had done 3% more DPS, we wouldn't have wiped. Just saying. They follow a line, Caspian. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Come on. God damn it. That was weird. I cannot believe that didn't hit me. The second time that's happened. There's the other, especially. I suppose that's true, Dream Whisperer, but it doesn't change the fact that nothing has really been added to the class to warrant an additional positive. It's still a ninja. The end. Oh, that's good. Good question, Reggie. I don't know. Well, someone already said it's Bayonetta inspired. So I'm gonna guess Bayonetta inspired. Okay. That's my fault. Well, I was doing the best DPS. Not that I would know that. I turned off the spell effects, Eva. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Ooh, I look forward to seeing it. Oh yeah, speaking of which. Excellent, Evo. Exactly as I requested. GG, as the symbol says. Toads? That looks brilliant, Evo. Holy crap. That's really good. Sorry. The moment Aestus was slain, the flow of ether in Pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. The space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with the greatest of difficulty. Ergo, only I can restore Tartarus to order, but I'm afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It's been too long, Master Lahabrea. Likewise, keyword Aestus. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephestus' spells, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curse digs into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions all too easy to become lost to him. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. Thus am I able to appear before you now, even when my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It managed to even speak to the outside world. The report was you. Doubtless you recognized my voice from the many times I called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have greater purpose here than simply saying farewells. There is something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I'm about to do, Master Leabrea, but the story must be told. It's the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Eric. If only she had a voice I prefer. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephestus? No, the mask marks him as La Habrea. Master La Habrea brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. You truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Eric? My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would do wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our planet burn to keep his mother safe. Eric believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which will inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools to be used and discarded. So she's... Even if I were to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me or with him. Should he merely hate me, he'll be unfettered by doubt, free to serve the planet far from his parents' shadow. Eric loved his mother more than life itself, and yet... what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word, a solution to life's greatest dilemma, and none to spare for his own. What I revealed to you is but a small portion of the larger picture. I hope I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Eric, I hope. Thank you, Aestus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our planet to the heavens? Aestus has doubtless sensed his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must prepare to bring our full power to bear. No, so, in brief, the problem is that Nintendo didn't actually go after Yuzu for being an emulator. Emulation has continued to be within a very, very vague gray area for a very, very long time, and will most likely continue to do so for a long time. Nobody wants to be the company or the individual who lays down ever-important legal precedents on that point. Because precedence doesn't necessarily go the way you want it to. And precedence is... well, precedence can last a very, very long time. For example, have you ever noticed how companies, this is a random example, in the United States, are legally bound to serve the shareholders, even at the expense of the company? That's thanks to a court case that happened back in the 20s, whose precedent still stands to this day. Arguably a misinterpreted ruling, but let's not go into that. Aestus was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, that she should unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I can think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. That's what I thought. Exactly, Evo. I mean, it's easy to understand. We do the same thing here. precedence tends to lead to that becoming something that we use as a baseboard going forwards. And ideally, precedence can be challenged and changed. It just, in practice, usually isn't. The vision you saw was the story told more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I don't know why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Eric could handle the weight of such betrayal after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even after her death has ensured her safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Hemethioi. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it's connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of the story, we shall hear it after we return Eric to safety in accordance with Augustus's last wish. Lore, go kill her. Or him, or it. Just kill things. We can assume Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. I got you, man. La Habrea, summon the warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. No need to dirty your hands with such a deed. You'd have no intention to seal him away? The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand has he become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may well shatter before the power he wields. In my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, so he must be extinguished. Story-wise, it's not as interesting as the other arc, I would say. It's been doing some interesting stuff with La Habrea, but otherwise, that's kind of it. The Myths of Eorzea, I believe it's called. 12 Gods. And yeah, part of the reason that I don't want to put too much weight behind the concept of precedence is that precedence can and has led to rules and laws that are literally centuries old, still being utilized even when they're long, long out of date. And of course, copy wrong, which is a more modern and down-to-earth example of that. So, I can stay DPS or I can switch. It does not actually matter that much at this point. I do still need to try out several other classes, including Astrologian, Reaper, Black Mage, Summoner. So, DPS, 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 Healer. If we're staying DPS... let's go Summoner. Evo, take this as a preview. No, I got this, Giga. Or, to be slightly more accurately, you got this. Yeah, this fight probably won't take long, and there's a decent chance I'll cut off before we see the cutscenes that conclude it. I was wondering that too, Melchizedek. Especially given the changing nature of primals and summoning. I'm playing as a summoner, Evo.
Ericthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, None will be left to stop me.
Perfect imperfection. Come forth, my warriors.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight! Leave naught but ash in your wake. Let seep sorrow into your heart. A fitting death. Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are afraid to be consumed.
There you go. Get only a few seconds of it, Reggie. I really like the additional combo in the middle of all of the summon abilities.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Well, you probably have noticed me summoning a few things you haven't seen, too. Like Bahamut here. Don't mind my giant dragon friend. He's with me.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight! I shall see my wish fulfilled. Know my rage.
Okay. It's fine. A lot of the music is of this style. They've been doing this since ARR. Actually, they've probably been doing it since before that. Oh, yeah, I don't mind my Phoenix either, Evo. Of course I have a Phoenix.
Sear flesh from bone! but ash in your wake. A fitting death.
But if you're paying attention, Evo, I trade off between Phoenix and Bahamut. One rotation is Bahamut, the other rotation is Phoenix.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are prey to be consumed.
That was a little close.
Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. Fulgent flame my servants rise.
Goodbye.
I tire of this farce.
I only have one pet. You can have it. Good job, everyone, by the way. The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error. When out of mercy I confined you here. And now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This isn't over. I see you will not go peacefully. I can kill him again if you want. Summoner is great at high level. It's my second favorite caster class, only being beaten by the amazingness that is Red Mage. God, I did almost double the damage on Summoner that I did on Ninja. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Eric's dream to life. Can we just kill you now, please? You speak as if I cared for a wit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Eric... he knows not what his wish would truly beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. You truly believe a father's role is to deceive and to manipulate. You would claim the name Hephestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by his side, and he desires to return to her. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Eric, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this planet true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You, who are not but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Then how do I... Come back to us, dude. A little bit of sanity here. Think for 3 seconds. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever? In La Brea, I will have my say. His mind was mine. I can't explain. Laura's words reached me through the haze. Yeah, I'm good at that. Been doing it for a while. They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. To these bonds. Oh, I've interred much worse than you. You worthless! Here's my failures have borne fruit after all. Yep, there's no 4 bosses after this. You did well, son. As I say, this feels like wrapping up, honestly. With Hephaestus' essence contained in the crystal, we may safely return to Erecaboth. That he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. He quite understated his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. Yeah, now remerge so we can kill you in the future. Twice. And then we watch as you're permanently destroyed. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing it appears your body is none the worse for wear. Hi, Elidibus. I made my way here as soon as I could. I can only sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? Yeah. Yeah, we're good. I see. Despite his muddled senses, Eric felt that to seal Hephestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Habrea. Was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed, he was not but parts of my memory and soul I cut away. A mass of either without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did.
I'm ready.
He's not ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind ever grasping for knowledge. It was in this endless search for that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we are ever bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods, which, fresh reminder, I've killed. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers throughout the ages. It was during these musings I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weakness of one, mitigated by the strengths of the other, the result could be something greater than we ever imagined. Though it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me and was blind to her hidden attentions. When Pandemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside a relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar gave her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Aestus to keep watch from Tartarus' vestibule as I ventured deeper, not knowing what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best you see it with your own eyes. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Alpus, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. You stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from me and Aestus forever. As well you know I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Relinquish Eric, else I'll have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time has come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist. Once you understand what has driven me this far, you will see that stopping was never an option. The feeling of one way little against the needs of an entire planet. course, of that I am well aware, but you did not deign to descend from your lofty height simply to lecture at me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher, mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark him on the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall know one another more deeply than ever before. No. No. Possible you bonded your souls? Aye. That the boundaries between us would cease to be, she offered me everything, to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment my mind was a storm of question, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. Fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, transcend our mortal flesh, and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquestionable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to exercise the memory. The seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed with the self-same fervor. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. 'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide by duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. You go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your own existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Egrim and Emmett Selk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was the sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated I would resort to such measures and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as husband and father should. Yet in truth he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high, he thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. For all that, he and I were alike. We shared a fatal flaw, you see, our need for control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? As much as I hate to say anything positive about that man. Your turn to do the same.
Boy.
Sorry. I just want to know one thing. Did you ever truly believe that hiding the truth was best from me, even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced. And I've said all I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself for an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don the mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say... Thank you, Hephaestus. Very Japanese. Yeah, it's actually interesting. I will give this story arc one big thing. La Habrea was the least designed, the least characterized of the three Unsundered, of the three super dudes. Emmett Selk is an extraordinarily good and well fleshed out character, and Elidibus they did a lot of great stuff with too. La Habrea was puppies. Yeah, that was it. I've heard enough. There's more yet I would discuss, but first, let's get the hell out of here. So, well, I'm not sure about other story positives. I will at least give a positive for character for La Habrea. I mean, I've said this before, I'll say this again. Retcons are neither good nor bad, innately. We've given plenty of positives for retcons before. And then we kill him. Stab. I owe an apology, Laura. It was due to my own experience that Hephaestus was able to so easily take control of my mind. I owe you my thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, I never would have known La Habrea's story. My father's story. It was a tale I was too fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azim upon my return. I can't help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. As long as you retain control of Pandemonium, there is work to be done. Of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to bodies and minds. I will stay behind to oversee the process. This as well, but I must learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are better left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There's yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There's another. Yeah, I got like 20, dude. While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something more altogether complex. This also means that someone besides the present company, and as M, was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandemonium. Why did they not make themselves known, even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it's one of the other warders. We will question them after they're freed. Yeah, no, I think I know who's in the crystal. This may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more of from you. Return at your leisure. We'll share results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I'm of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us. Continue your journey. Or if you're so inclined, take a 4-month break. Excuse me, 8-month break. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. You may be able to offer further insight. Yeah. It's Ranjit. No! Destroy it! And send it into the fire! So what's the difference between a retcon and a contextualization? Functionally nothing. Most good retcons are contextualizations. But the thing is, it's generally considered a retcon if you are changing something in a way that it was not intended to begin with. Darth Vader is a perfect example of that. To name one of the more obvious ones. Life is lore. Excuse me if I'm not much of herself. We have not been without difficulties in your absence. We have lost communication with Claudian. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. To make matters worse, Nimjiji has sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from the ethereal sea. Okay, sure, I'll come with you. Yeah, the very nature of what Ascian's were was retconned as well in Heaven's Word, when they finally sat down and solidified the lore of the setting. Well, is it real? I mean, it's made of ether. Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Hi, I've been banging your wife. And you two, Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you were involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. I mean, it was such a Hail Mary, Melkaiser. Nobody really expected ARR to succeed. Not really. They bet heavily on it because there was nothing else to bet on. It's like, well, we're going bankrupt. Really, Von Balkenstein. Interesting. When the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The professor's last message indicates he was on his way to Azizla. Why was he going to Azizla? But we know not whether he ever reached his destination. A rash endeavor even for Claudian, but he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. Yeah, no, I caught that, little Billy. For those of you who don't remember, they permanently killed La Habrea and Azizla. It's also where we fought him the second time. As for the unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandemonium was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter will be strictly controlled as to minimize panic. That is your go-to plan. Congrats, Spartan. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask your assistance at such time until our investigation is concluded. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here. Sure thing, buddy. Bye. Your wife's good in bed. Bye. Okay, so. Just when we need him most, Professor Cloudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left at scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see our current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my inexperienced imagination failed to do Pandemonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder if the facility itself traversed the ages. Did the creations do the same? What of the key wards? Answers will come in due time. Go rest for 8 months. Yep. Let me just rest for 8 months here. Alright, good rest. And there, I think we will chop off. Yeah, it's just we're done. Tomorrow, ideally, we'll go ahead and hit the next wing of Pandemonium first thing tomorrow. I do apologize that most people probably won't be available to join us for that, but it just kind of fits the schedule best in that lineup, so I do apologize for that. That is my fault. So, for those who can be there for us, or with us, excuse me, you're more than welcome. And otherwise, we'll go ahead and pug. Yeah, no, it's this and MSQ. We're kind of up against the wall at this point. So, I hope you had fun, and I'll see you tomorrow.